1999, the persecution of Falun Gong has started after previously being supported by the CCP due to its positive effect on society and its health benefits. But when the number of Falun Gong practitioners rose to about 100 million people throughout China, including high-ranking CCP officials, the CCP leadership suddenly felt threatened by it. So in 1999, the former party leader, Jiang Zemin, has given out the order to eradicate Falun Gong. His order was destroy them spiritually, financially, and physically. From this day on, China has started an unprecedented eradication campaign where it uses all of the state's resources to execute this order. Jiang Zemin has even founded a Gestapo-like police office with extra legal powers. This office was called the 610 Office. It was founded on June 10th, 1999. In this sense, the CCP uses forced organ harvesting as an instrument to eradicate Falun Gong and thereby shifting the executions from the execution sites to the operating rooms. And instead of using a fire squad, the Chinese government uses medical doctors to kill prisoners of conscience. The Chinese government has camouflaged executions as human aid, as transplant surgeries, and thereby deceived the international community. By doing so, China has weaponized the medical profession and turned operating rooms into execution chambers. This offers China an insidious, even financially profitable way of eradicating dissidents without the world community noticing it. China is committing crimes against humanity and, in disguise, a genocide. Scholars have shown that the eradication campaign against Falun Gong fulfills the criteria of a so-called cold genocide, a genocide that remains unnoticed and moves on slowly, achieving the goal of destroying a religious group over 25 years or more. From a legal perspective, forced organ harvesting is indisputably a crime. And from a medical standpoint, it is an egregious breach of the medical oath of doing no harm. The ethical standards of the medical oath are of paramount significance. I would like to know why the world community would be willing to allow these standards to be violated today. Let's keep in mind that the medical oath is fully aligned to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If we don't take a stand against forced organ harvesting and put a stop to this atrocity, we will allow the CCP to erode the trust that countless patients have placed in the medical profession over the centuries. We would then allow that the transplant specialty, born from the idea to provide help and treatment to patients, would become a horrifying business and practice. Now, the allegations against the CCP are pretty serious. So let's take a look at the evidence that has been found over the past 18 years. As you can imagine, it is very difficult in an authoritarian country to gather information and evidence. A wide range of evidence gathered over a long period of time may help to counter this difficulty. The evidence that is presented in this report shall demonstrate that state-sanctioned forced organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners has occurred in China and continues to occur unabated. It is certainly dangerous on an authoritarian regime to reveal what atrocities that regime was committing. Just a couple of weeks ago, a Chinese medicine student in China was saying that they take organs from people. And a few days later, he was found dead, apparently having fallen off a window. From the very beginning, it was about finding a needle in the haystack. In the first investigation by David Kilger and David Matas, two human rights lawyers from Canada in June 2006, the investigators called a few dozen hospitals in China pretending to need an organ. When asking if they have organs from Falun Gong people, the callers of 14 hospitals said yes, explaining that those are fresh organs. No, I think everything is fine. Thank you. All right. In a video recording from 2017, a nurse even offered an organ within 2 days for an additional fee of $15,000. Over the last 18 years, we gathered different pieces of evidence, and while none of them is the golden piece of proof, all of them put together like a puzzle show a clear picture. Now, we can group the evidence into 5 categories: annual transplant numbers, the growth of transplant infrastructure, short waiting times, organ donor numbers, and witness reports. Let's have a look at category 1, the transplant numbers. Let's see if this works. There we go. All right. If forced organ harvesting occurs on a significant scale, it is reasonable to expect that an extra supply of organs would be reflected in China's transplant numbers, the annual transplant numbers. To test this hypothesis, we examined China's annual transplant numbers from 2000 to 2021, as listed on the Global Observatory on Donation and Transplantation. The official annual numbers from China could be described as a mountain to valley distribution. Our hypothesis that an extra supply of organs would also be reflected in an increase of transplant numbers could be correct for the time between 2003 and 2006. But the zero growth, which is the plateau, of transplant numbers between 2006 and 2015 do not support it. So what has happened? What has happened in 2006, one might ask? In 2006, the human rights lawyers David Matas and David Kilger have published the first independent report on forced organ harvesting on living people in China. This was the first time the world was made aware of this atrocity happening in China. And of course, with this report, the attention by the international community increased as well. So China was under pressure to hide the true scale of its transplant business. Coincidentally, the official transplant numbers in China have dropped to a lower count of transplantation, leading to a 10-year-long plateau. We noticed a discrepancy between available organ supply and apparently disconnected transplant numbers. After 2016, there's another steep increase in transplant numbers. Due to the absence of transparency, it is impossible to verify whether the official annual transplant numbers from China are correct or manipulated. If the data is manipulated, the reported number of organs may not be correct and may even reveal the manipulation. Or whether numbers of annual transplants artificially suppressed, so that the international community lowered their guards. Did the whitewashing in 2006 happen to cover up the stated allegation in Matas and Kilger's report statistically? Let's have a look at chart number 2. The Global Observatory on Donation and Transplantation also collected transplant numbers from other countries. And we compared this data with numbers from China. It shows that the course of the annual transplant numbers of the other countries could be described as a steady, gradual increase pattern. Here, we combine the annual transplant numbers of each of the 8 countries. The official annual transplant numbers from China follow a course that stands in stark contrast with the other countries over the entire 20 years period. Now, this is the brown line, Sudden increases, followed by a decade-long standstill, contrasts with the steady increase in other countries where transplants are based on altruistic organ donation programs. While the annual transplant numbers in China increased exponentially about 250% between 2000 and 2004, the average increase of transplant numbers in other countries during the same period of time was about 10 to 15%. At that time, China did not have a public organ donation program. And let's please keep in mind that the persecution of Falun Gong has started in 1999, and that the start of the persecution is followed by a sudden above the average increase in the number of transplants between 2000 and 2004. Once again, a historical event is reflected in a statistical discrepancy, just like in 2006. You know, there's a fine line between having an above the average success rate in numbers of organ transplantations of about 250% compared to all other countries in the world on one hand, and having more organs available for transplantation than having patients waiting for an organ on the other hand. This is unheard of in an altruistic organ donation system. It appears dubious that an abundance of organs can be procured in an ethical way. But this is exactly the situation we observed in China. On April 28 in 2006, the Hunan Provincial People's Hospital advertised in the Hunan Xiaoqiang Morning Herald, the Changsha Evening Post, and the Hunan Economics television station that it would give away 20 liver or kidney transplants free of charge. Now, this suggested a sudden spike in organ supply. And moreover, the unusual measure of advertising transplant organs via public media also indicated that there was no public organ donation system in place. In 2004, the Tianjin First Central Hospital performed 44 liver transplants in 1 week and 24 liver and kidney transplants in a single day. The key aspect of this finding is not the capability of a hospital to conduct this many transplants, but the fact that this many organs were available in such a short period of time. Between 1999 and 2000, the number of liver transplants grew tenfold and then tripled by 2005. Let's have a look at category 2. Growth of transplant infrastructure. Various investigations have documented that organs were available in China in large quantities, and that the transplant infrastructure, an indicator of confidence and sustained availability of transplant organs, also grew exponentially. In 2009, Professor Zheng Zhonghua from the Tongyi Hospital, China, described the situation of voluntary organ donors in China. He stated that only about 130 people on the mainland have signed up to donate their organs since 2003. 130 people. This number would be insufficient to explain the annual transplant numbers that China reported. Asian countries are known for a reluctance to donate organs, as it correlates with the belief that a body should remain intact and undisturbed at the time of passing. This traditional understanding, coupled with the fear that one's life could be put in jeopardy by a corrupt healthcare system where economic incentives could influence whether or not a CPR and life support are provided, has contributed to a very limited number of registered organ donations in China. In 2001, Dr. Wang Guoqi from China testified before a US Congressional Committee that China harvests organs from executed prisoners. A few days after his testimony, the Chinese embassy in Washington, D.C. called him a liar. However, 4 years later, in 2005, Wang Jifu admitted that organs were indeed harvested from executed prisoners. In fact, he said, about 95% of organs were harvested from executed prisoners. Yet it is implausible that death sentences would be handed out in proportions large enough to explain the volume and annual organ transplants and the short waiting times on demand. Testing transplant numbers, wait times, and on-demand organ availabilities against plausibility, it is evident that the official source of organs, executed prisoners, and a few organ donors would not be sufficient to explain the large number of organ transplants each year. After the launch of its public organ donation program, the source of organs remained implausible. So at this point in my presentation, it remains for us to take a look at category 5, the witnesses. The expectation for witness testimony needs to be adjusted to the totalitarian circumstances in China. It would be extremely rare or impossible for a witness to present the perfect piece of evidence with photo, video, etc. Instead, we need to strongly consider the small bits and pieces of testimony of what victims or bystanders have witnessed. Now, some victims were available to leave or escape, and their testimonies are critical to understanding the greater picture. The least we can do to stand by the victims and witnesses who have the heart and courage to step forward is to provide a platform so that their stories can be told. So let me give you 2 out of hundreds of testimonies before we dive deeper into it. First, I want to introduce Ning Shi's testimony to you. She's a Falun Gong practitioner from Shandong province, now living in the USA, who was wrongfully arrested in China on 20 occasions and underwent medical exams indicative of forced organ harvesting preparations. The testimony was given at the 2022 inaugural Nurses Summit on combating and preventing forced organ harvesting in November 2022. Quote, in 2007, I was in several prisons. The doctors and nurses gave me a lot of medical examinations during that time. It made me feel abnormal and worried because they tortured me so badly and did not care if I died. They did not care of my injuries or illnesses. Falun Gong practitioners in jail were separated from the other criminal prisoners, but only before they examined them. They had the examination many times, much more than others or criminal prisoners. They drew my blood at least once a month during the time I was in the jail hospital. End of quote. The second testimony is from Dai Ying. She's a Falun Gong practitioner from Shenzhen, now living in Norway, who was wrongfully imprisoned in China on 2 occasions during which she underwent medical exams indicative of forced organ harvesting preparation. The testimony was published in a Health Europe article called Forced Organ Harvesting, They Kill Innocent People for Their Organs in February 2020. Quote, in April 2004, all the Falun Gong practitioners in the labor camp were given medical exams. They were given injections and had their blood taken. On the day the medical exams took place, a lot of policemen surrounded us and doctors from outside came, and all the Falun Gong practitioners were dragged into a meeting room. I asked one guard why only Falun Gong practitioners were given injections, and he said this is a special program from the government. Several days later, the Falun Gong practitioners were dragged onto a luxury bus which had all the equipment to perform medical exams installed on it. We were not told what this medical exam was for. We were just forced to go through different examinations. I had a huge vial of blood taken. They took x-rays. And then we went to the clinic in the prison where they checked my kidneys and performed an electrocardiogram. End of quote. The report of blood and DNA samples being forcibly taken from detained Falun Gong practitioners continue to surface until today. Bingkoi.org, a media site which publishes first-hand account from Falun Gong practitioners in China, collected 129 cases of blood and DNA samples being taken in the first half of 2021. And multiple reports have been made of Falun Gong practitioners being subjected to forced blood draws in their home, either prior to arrest or without arrest. Although every single witness is credible, critics might dismiss them as anecdotes because they are individual cases. In order to address this concern of singular anecdotal cases, DAFO conducted a keyword search study in 2014, which reviewed reports collected on Minkoi.org, mentioning specific terms related to medical testing. The results show the number of articles posted on Minkoi.org that mention the respective search term. Until today, this platform keeps on publishing witness reports that mention medical testing to prepare for forced organ harvesting. Now, the numbers do not reflect the number of medical exams. Rather, they only reflect the number of articles submitted that mention medical exams. In some cases, one article might mention that all inmates or 200 inmates underwent medical exams. In that case, the actual number of medical exams is even higher than the number listed in the search term. If there are only 2 or 3 witness testimonies of forced organ harvesting, blood testing, or medical exams, they might be considered as anecdotes. But if there are hundreds and thousands of accounts of blood testing, medical exams, and threats that organs would be harvested, then the testimonies become evidence. In March of 2019, the China Tribunal, an independent people's tribunal led by Sir Geoffrey Nice KC, reviewed the evidence and rendered its final judgment regarding the Chinese government's practice of forced organ harvesting of prisoners of conscience. In its 556-page report, the seven-member panel concluded that forced organ harvesting has been committed for years throughout China on a significant scale, and that Falun Gong practitioners have been one and probably the main source of organ supply. Very many people have died indescribably hideous deaths that, beyond reasonable doubt, constitute crimes against humanity. By examining all of the various pieces of evidence, as tiny and insignificant each one might appear, the systematic and organized nature of China's forced organ harvesting of Falun Gong practitioners becomes clear. Forced organ harvesting from living persons, which means the systematic killing of innocent people for their organs, is a crime against humanity. And in the case of Falun Gong, a cold genocide. In fact, the state-organized persecution of Falun Gong for the past 25 years has made this group the main victim of forced organ harvesting. The Chinese government has chartered the medical profession to carry out its agenda to eradicate Falun Gong. It also means that China's transplant market has been built on the blood and bodies of unjustly persecuted Falun Gong practitioners. How can any country that is abiding by the rule of law still allow collaboration with China in the transplant field? Any collaboration with China in the transplant-related medicine and business should stop immediately and until independent investigations have been conducted. Per definition and consensus, crimes against humanity are not internal affairs of a country, regardless of the government's claims of sovereignty. Crimes against humanity and genocide do harm our global community and impose a threat to humanity. It is in everyone's interest to learn about forced organ harvesting and help to stop it. Especially on such a day as today, the 76th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we must uphold these universal values and take strong action and a clear stance against anything that threatens them. For if we tolerate these heinous crimes and the inherent moral decay in a country of some 1.5 billion people and commit ourselves to willful blindness, it poses an acute threat to the body of humanity as a whole and thus to ethical medicine worldwide. So let's all take a strong stand against forced organ harvesting on vulnerable minorities in China. We urge you to commit to telling at least 3 groups of people. Tell your closest friends, tell your families, and tell your co-workers, regardless of their profession. Sign the G7+7 petition today and join a global movement for human dignity and human rights. Together, we can make a difference and put a stop and an end to forced organ harvesting. For more information, please visit the petition homepage, fohpetition.org. I used to have a slide for this petition, but we skip it. The world must know about this atrocity. This is the only way to break through this wall of silence that the CCP has built around forced organ harvesting from living people in China. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Please keep standing here, because now we have time for some questions and answers about the report, about the work of Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting. Let me begin with one question, because I don't see any hands. If you have a question, please raise your hand. Someone is first. Okay. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
One thing drew my attention in your presentation, because there is an increase in 2005 and also 2016. And do you think, do you think the reason behind the increase in the year 2016 is the arbitrary detention of the Uyghur people? Because me myself, I'm a Uyghur, and I also have more than 80 of my relatives, friends, and classmates, and my family is detained and disappeared into the concentration camps in the Uyghur region. And now to know, I only know 2 of them. One is dead and the body is given back, and the one is my brother-in-law, and he's sentenced for 10 years. And we know this after 5 years of detention. And because the scale of the detention is so large in the Uyghur region, and there are quite a lot of exposure about designated detention camps for the organ stocks, and there are designated paths in the Uyghur region, in the airports for the organ transportation. And if there are any, do you think the reason behind the increase of the transplant in 2016 is Uyghur people, or?
Andreas.
Actually, I really feel for your relatives, and thanks for mentioning this. And you also mentioned those green lanes, right? And I'm not sure if anybody understands what that means. So, you know, if you do organ harvesting, there's an ischemia time, yeah? And in order to transport the organs quicker to the airport, they built certain roads, like quick lanes, which are green lanes. Yeah, and they always are very close to medical hospitals, which belong to the military. Yeah, and now in regard to the steep increase in 2016, of course we know of the Uyghurs also being prosecuted and being victims of forced organ harvesting, which is terrible. Yeah, but this increase is due to the launch of the official organ donation program called Cortes. And at this point, China felt safe. So we had this official organ donor program in 2013, and then there's a steep increase until 2016. Yeah, but this is due to that. And there's even a difference between the forced organ harvesting on the Uyghurs and Falun Gong practitioners, yeah, and the difference is really unbelievable. It's almost too disgusting to say it, right? So with the Falun Gong practitioners, it's about eradicating this group, and China is using the whole state force to eradicate Falun Gong. And with the Uyghurs, they're kind of a money maker. I'm sorry to say that, but it's really like that, because the Muslim countries in the world, they just usually take transplants from believers of the Muslim religion. So this is really unbelievable. But so in that regard, yeah, It's like that, but it's not the reason for the steep increase. Yeah.
Who's next with a question or a remark? Yes, sir.
Yeah. I would like to ask you, why is it so difficult for the international community to designate something as a genocide? I mean, in some cases it's so obvious, and even if you look at the present Gaza and Palestinian question, there are people who still don't want to say that it's genocide. This about the Falun Gong and about the Uyghur people is going on for decades already. Yeah, maybe this report will change it a little bit, but Uyghurs, you can at least call it cultural genocide, because if you prevent women of having children, for example, or annihilating completely every bit of their culture, so what's the next step? Is it to apply plastic surgery on every Uyghur to look like a Han Chinese, or it's really incredible.
The issue of is it genocide or not, we'll come back in the panel debate. We have a scientist, a genocide scholar, but if you want to answer this, if I might broaden your question, has DAFO ever worked with the International Association of Genocide Scholars to prove it as a genocide in the legal and in the scientific sense?
Yeah. We have actually not worked together with this institution yet, but I'm happy to do it later on. But we did a study on cold genocide on Falun Gong in China, and we came to the conclusion that it is a cold genocide. It's a little bit a technical term, but a cold genocide is not like the usual genocide, which is like hot, it's fast. You have like millions of victims, like in the Holocaust, right? You had like 5 to 6 years where like 6 million people were eradicated, basically. In the case of the Falun Gong practitioners in China, it's different, yeah. The persecution and the dehumanization, you have to say, even is kind of normalized, yeah. So people in China, it's normal for them to regard a Falun Gong practitioner as an inferior human being, yeah. And then you have this communist rule in China, which is a communist regime, yeah. And in this case, the persecution over such a long period of time, slow in the hidden, yeah, and over 25 years, yeah, with millions of victims. It's not only victims by forced organ harvesting, it's also victims by torture, by whatever, you name it, yeah. So the cold genocide, it doesn't only circle around forced organ harvesting, but forced organ harvesting, unfortunately, is the most effective tool, because, like I said in the speech before, it's like you don't need a fire squad anymore. Yeah, you just basically hire doctors, pay them higher revenues, and so they make it from themselves on their own. Yeah, and this is the complete normalization of killing people, you know, for profit. It's
The question of genocide is coming back in the second round after the break. Who's next with a question? Yes, sir. Go, sir, standing up.
Yes, thank you. I'm a lawyer in Holland, and I have a client from China, and he's afraid to be sent back to China, and he's also afraid for this horrible thing. Do you think I have some argument? He's not from Golanfang or
Falun Gong.
Falun Gong, yes, but he's political. He was political active. Are there some indications to check for him, to rescue him from being sent back?
Well, see, we are not lawyers, we are doctors, and we are kind of ringing the alarm bell. But I would advise you that the German law is actually, is it in the Netherlands or in Germany?
No, in Holland.
In Holland, oh. So no, I cannot give you any advice for the Holland's laws. But if you would be able to tell that he's a dissident or a political opponent of the Chinese Communist Party, then I think there would be a good outlook.
But we are now talking about this one. But
Yeah, I advise you to talk to human rights lawyers about it. You know?
yes, I myself. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Hello, I'm Wilbert. I'm a human rights activist with China for 18 years. I want to ask, do you consider addressing medical firms like Philips and even ASML, because ASML, they provide chip machines, and inside these hospitals, Philips is a medical firm, so I already addressed Philips. Do you, have you, sold medical apparatus who have been used inside these Chinese hospitals for organ robbery? And it has already been asked in the parliament in some 5 years ago. And so I think you have to address Philips, because if I get an answer, they deny they ever did. And the other thing is ASML, chips, they're used inside these hospitals. So I also asked ASML, they never answered. These are the questions asked. And for instance, Pfizer is a firm well known for the anti-COVID vaccine, but Pfizer has been mentioned in the second book about the organ harvest, state organs. And lots of firms like Pfizer and Roche, they do tests and they are being used in China. But I think Philips and ASML, they're the big companies.
Have you taken that step, or are you considering taking steps towards firms that are delivering equipment to harvest organs?
Well, once again, we're medical doctors, so we're not like a police force or anything, so we cannot impede any laws or anything. But you bring up a very important topic, and this is about collaborating with the transplant field and mechanisms in China. And this is exactly what you mentioned, right? I mean, I've talked to CEOs before from pharmaceuticals, for example, and I would recommend a different step first, and this is about the HLA testing, which is about the matching organs. You need this blood test called HLA test, and this way you can find out if the organ is matching. And there we see a lot of working together, basically, with Chinese firms, which are the leaders in the world market. So what would they say if a small doctor like us would come to them and say, hey, what are you doing here? This is basically not worth doing. We like to go down the road of informing the public and the politicians and the human rights activists. I think this is much more effective.
Okay, well, this might come back in the second round when we have Falun Gong Foundation at the table. It's more like an activist issue that you mentioned here, but it's certainly worthwhile exploring. So we'll have that question coming back in the second round after the break. Sir, floor is yours. Behind you. Oh, sorry.
Eric Osch, a reporter from the Epoch Times. What is, in your view, the most effective way to stop the organ harvesting on Falun Gong practitioners in China?
The most effective way to stop it is to make the world aware of it. People need to talk about this. We have this G7+7 petition, and we really we want to collect many millions of signatures. In fact, it's supposed to be the biggest petition ever being done. And in this way, if everyone who signs the petition tells 2 or 3 people, then even not 100 million people know about, but 200, 300, 400 million, even 1 billion people. And there's one thing the CCP is afraid of the most, and this is people talking about forced organ harvesting and taking measures against it, like official measures by governments.
Maybe you should try and project the website. You were trying to project the website so people can write it down.
Yes.
And at least everyone in the room will have the ability to sign the petition. That's a worldwide petition. People have to take the QR code, or that's the web address, fohpetition.org. Write that down and sign the petition tonight when you get back. And tell your friends and your neighbors and your families to do the same. I cannot imagine there's anyone worldwide not wanting, not supporting this petition. Not even the people who get organs. So, floor is yours.
I have one question. Since you're a doctor, you could maybe elaborate more on the medical side of the issue, because personally, I can't imagine how this is practically being handled, so to speak. So you have these prisoners. How does a doctor go about harvesting an organ? Is it possible to do it against somebody's will and keep the prisoner alive? What and then brings me to the second part of my question. You admitted that the evidence could be a weak part in this story, because since the witnesses aren't alive anymore. So how close did you get to a direct evidence of this practice?
First technical, then legal question.
All right. So I've worked myself in the transplant field as a surgeon, and I was on an explant team basically. Yeah. So, but to do a transplant, not to procure the organ, you have to first find out if the donor is matching the receiver, basically. So what you do have to have is like a blood bank, basically, combined with other medical examinations. And this is actually what the witnesses testified, that sometimes the whole prison was medically tested, not only a singular person or so. So you can say that basically in China, where there are thousands or even hundreds of thousands prisoners of conscience, if they are Falun Gong practitioners, yeah, they are part of the blood bank. And if there comes a tourist from all over the world, let's say, for example, you would call there, I mean, you wouldn't know that this is a murder on demand, right? A contract killing, basically. But what they do, I mean, they take your blood sample, for example, and your doctor sends it to China, and then they just compare it to the blood bank, and there you go. It's 14 days. And remember, with the COVID patients, it was also like 1 day, yeah, a few days to 1 day. Yeah.
But technically speaking, do they drug the patient to take away the organ while the patient is in good shape? And then, I mean, without a liver, you cannot live. So
no, you mean patient, you mean the donor?
the donor, well, the prisoner, yeah.
No, they kill him.
But it's done on living persons.
Yes, they're alive. Yeah, there was a study conducted. They did an internet search on studies. I think it was on PubMed, which is a large medical database. And they did a keyword search on brain death and organ procurement in China. And they found 71 studies where brain death has not been diagnosed. Yeah, so they extracted the organ from alive people. Yeah, and this is what they do. It's so horrible. Sometimes they don't even get anesthesia. Yeah, they just get like a solution injected in their hearts, and while they're alive and full of conscience, basically, they get killed. Yeah. Well, they're witness reports. Yeah, and we have a doctor who also said that, and afterwards he wanted to be a surgeon, I think, and then he went to be a pediatrician because he couldn't take it anymore. Yeah, we have also a witness report by a doctor. Yeah.
Is that in the report?
Yes, I think it's also in the report. Yeah, you can read.
Then the legal question?
You mean medically legal or?
So you asked your second question was a legal question, right?
Yeah, it was about the closest you get to a direct witness report. Yeah. So you have this doctor.
Yes. Like 2 months ago, there was one survivor we found actually, and he lives in New York, and he has a scar like 30 centimeters at his side here, and we have CT scans from him, and there's parts of his lung missing and parts of his liver, a liver segment. So it's basically they just took like tiny bits of his organs, and then they closed again, and then they put him back on the wards, and maybe they wanted to procure him further in the next session, but then he was able to escape. Yeah, and I think it was like 1 month ago, David Maters even and the human rights organization ETEC from Australia, they also did a press conference presenting this case. And afterwards, this very person was persecuted in New York. Yeah, he was threatened by his life. His car tires were manipulated. Yeah, and his family in China was prosecuted. Yeah. And in the region where he lives, they use the whole basically state propaganda to dehumanize this person living in New York. No, we are talking about one single case, yeah? And then the whole CCP comes up with this whole army and tries to vanish it. Yeah? So there we see how serious this issue is. And I think this makes it more true and more believable even, yeah?
Afraid that well, a state actor would be targeting you?
Yeah, see, I'm a German citizen. And for people from the CCP, committing this in Germany is it's pretty difficult. You know, they cannot just eradicate me because I'm also working for a well-known medical company. And so this would be quite obvious, yeah, especially after an event like this. And if they do it, so be it.
They could also take you as a journalist because you're in this room. So you're taking more or less the same risk. We all are, by the way. So, but we're such a large group and we're trying to make this group so large that they cannot harm us. That's basically what we're trying to do. I'm going to take one final question before we go into the break. And some of the questions will be addressed later on in the second round of this panel. So.
Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for a lovely presentation. My name is Lalit, and I'm a human rights activist and a climate change activist as well. I talk about all these issues through films, audio, visually. And what I noticed during your presentation, I did not see in a graph that there is no name of India. And is there any research been done from your side, and any finding you seen? What I learned through some witnesses and through my sources, there is a this organ harvesting happening there in Calcutta, especially is a hub, and the patients are traveling from Nepal, from Sri Lanka, and from Bangladesh, all the nearest countries, and they're going there. And there is in between, there are agents walking around on the road, open air, and they are like, you know, just selling out the organs. And meanwhile, people are disappearing on that certain area as well. So a little bit, you know, things going on there. Yep.
India.
Yeah, India. It's also a very important topic. You know, right now we are concentrating on China, but we also know about the situation in India. It's a little bit different because in India it's more done by basically individual perpetrators. Yeah. So you have criminal organizations who do this on one hand, but you also have poor people selling their organs. So it's a different kind of situation, yeah. The persecution on Falun Gong in China is a whole different story because it's state sanctioned by the CCP. Yeah, you know, you cannot compare it to the situation in India. Although what's happening in India is unbelievable as well. Yeah, but for now, see, if we'd be able to get the world talking about forced organ harvesting on such a tremendous scale in China, this might also have an effect on other countries, yeah, because people get aware, countries make laws against it, yeah, and I mean, even India is very close to China, and there's a lot of tourist trafficking, tourists traveling between the countries, excuse me. So this might have a great effect. So we should unite our forces and our strength to condemn this in China and get the world community to know and try to stop it altogether. We have to unite on this topic. Yeah.
Thank you very much for now. Let me please have a hand for Mr. Weber for his story. And we'll be back after the break with a panel discussion. Thank you for now.
Just one question. You said something at the beginning. I didn't quite gather that. This was the beginning of a series of events.
Yes, that is our intention to have a European tour with this event.
The European tour.
Yes. We're discussing it with the Falun Gong Foundation in Denmark, who's here, and we have someone from the United Kingdom here, and Germany offers.
Well,
So those would be the first countries
No,
where we're considering having the same sort of event.
Oh, you
I'm working with
Yeah, I
I'm
want to
working with DAFO, and I invited our friends from Denmark to look for human rights organizations such as Global Human Rights Defense in Denmark, because obviously Global Human Rights Defense plays a role in organizing this event and also
Okay, right. So you would be looking for an organization in Germany as well?
Yes, human rights organization to support an event like this.
Yeah.
And maybe you're using
Yeah.
yes, and maybe also helping us in getting in touch with MPs, etc.
Yeah, well,
I will do that, and maybe
I'm the person who-
yes,
I can,
yes.
I can.
Yeah.
Great.
Because the MP, the human rights MP, the one who actually
No.
in the Christian Democratic Party,
Okay, well,
and he's a friend.
excellent.
So that's exactly the
usually
thing
how
we're
the
going
lines
to do.
work. They know
Yeah,
me, and I know
exactly.
people in Parliament. That's how we
Exactly.
got
So
to.
that's what we're going to do.
Parliament.
So
Yes.
we try to set up an event in Berlin. I'll get in touch with Michael Brandt. I'll get you in touch with thank you.
You would have enough evidence.
You would have enough of it.
Yeah.
Start it.
How are you? Can send me your details.
I'll send you my details. Yeah. No, but we'll do that.
Yes. Okay. That's excellent. That's excellent. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but
Could you imagine how did they allow it? You know, the Chinese government, and they're going to say, oh yeah, he's doing it, he's the one who's doing it. So as I said, the political content aspect of it really is tainted, and it's tainted into the medical world, which is the medical profession. The proof is very clear, or at least clear enough. So as I say, the necessity of inquiry. Inquiring doctors who travel the world represent numbers. No one seems to question it. So that's what political parties gets in the way of human rights.
So it almost didn't work with the presentation, right?
Again, to finish your first
Yeah, I skipped on one
part.
chart, but I think it was all right. Wasn't it?
Being allowed, not
Yeah, of course.
it is, in other words, everybody thinks, oh, yeah, I can make money. And it gets worse. So it does become a human rights problem. Because everybody's saying, well, can women make you out?
Yes. It's okay. Coffee's coming, man. Coffee's coming, so it takes some time.
Harold, right? Manolia. Nice to meet you. Manolia.
I'm a listen for you. Hi.
Nice to meet you.
I don't know why I expected the Chinese to be.
Why? No, I'm not Chinese, no. Almost.
Oh,
Maybe before.
yeah, maybe. Yeah, know that. I think, did you see the latest numbers? Oh, there's only one area doing on trying to and they start their own Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
I'll be asking you questions.
All right.
Then I'll be in front.
You. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's see how it goes.
What's yours?
Pardon? Let's see how it goes. Yeah. Something.
Is it possible to put it a little bit back, or is it needed?
I don't really need the table.
Because it's in the way for the
The interpreter, so
Okay.
yeah, because that's she doesn't want to be in the image. So only the speakers, the main speakers.
Okay.
One of the speakers has a translator, and she doesn't want to be in the
Okay.
So that way we are trying to look.
Okay. I understand.
Is it that correct? Is it all right?
Als jij komt,
Yes.
ja. Maar die mevrouw zei, jullie krijgen geen kosten. Die mevrouw die hier komt opruimen. Ja.
Maar ga ik in focussen. Ja.
Stuurt je naar de Chinese ambassade?
Nee, Chinese ambassade nu weet. Harifan Bombo.
Die kennen me.
Ja, maar deze foto's sturen, zij zeggen nee, die oude kan niet.
Ja, ik zie hem vanavond. Ik heb vanavond afspraak gedaan hier.
Onze samenwerking gaat ons in sport faciliteren in Nederland. Samen. Ja. Samen gaan we bijna of een jaar open. Gaat het 10 jaar samenwerken.
Ik ga dus goed bezig.
Ja? Ja, dat is
Huh? Nee, maar dan zie je dat tenminste. Otherwise you don't see the logo.
Dat is goed.
Deze is beter, hoor.
Ja. Ja.
Yes.
Ja, was waar.
So it's not easy to comply.
I think I missed the whole picture.
That's where we can help them to go further. We can learn in depth, and they can say that. Thank you. Oui, vous aussi? Non, mais vous êtes européen.
Ik ben blij dat jij dat zo veel mensen komt.
You can do that corner. That's light.
No, we don't need that anymore. Yeah. Sorry, that. So I don't need Tom's.
Are we moving this away or?
No.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, not just series, it's real emotion. You know, like for me, you know, they're going to be almost fine. Yeah, as well. I hope I was thinking it. You ready? Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to, because it's
The red light off. Thank you.
that's David over there. He's our
Oh,
new,
of course, yes.
our new media person. Any pictures, anything that he would, yeah, called, you just saw him. Yeah?
Is he also responsible for social media?
No. So,
Who's doing social media on this?
yeah, we're all over
No,
social.
who is doing
So,
this social
anything
media
with social
message?
media, you can contact me.
And is there someone
I-
making a
Yes, we have a social media department. So,
is someone posting something tonight or tomorrow?
so for example, what do you mean? Do you mean
Is
posts? Do you mean a story?
on Twitter or on Facebook or on?
So there will be a review posted on LinkedIn definitely and on our Instagram.
Okay.
Then also we are taking the live stream now, right? But that will also serve as material. So there can be a recap video which will be uploaded on GHR TV, and then also from those recap videos we are going to take out short clips, and those are also going to be uploaded on social media.
Okay,
So
okay.
on GHR TV and on the
What
GHR
about
TV
Twitter?
videos.
You don't do
Twitter we don't have X. Twitter.
Facebook?
We do have Facebook, but it's not as active. So we're most active on LinkedIn and yeah.
Okay.
What do you have input? Do you think we should be doing X, for example?
I would do it.
Twitter.
Yeah, take it down. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Because you got also Siemens. They're German, but they're also here in the Hague base. They got the main office also here. Yes, we just Dr. Weber. He answered. He's talking about some sort of abbreviation, HLA or something. And it's about what we can test whether the organs are compatible. But there is maybe a Dutch firm named Organ Assist. There is on the Philips. This is they are they're producing the newest of the newest, most modern machines, machines that make chips, and they sell them also to China.
Ja, jij doet een mededeling. Doe jij die mededeling? Jij wil iets meedelen namens misschien kun je. Dan kun je ook de rapporten aankondigen. Dan kun je zeggen van we leggen de rapporten hier neer als iedereen wil. Maar alleen als u het wil, hè, want we hebben er niet genoeg.
This was the guy from the company. He was shocked to hear. I can imagine. it was very sad. The way where he said, but that's the main thing. Tell it, because it gets get out. And for instance, naming and shaming. A former MP, Hans van Balen, he said naming and shaming is the best. Don't talk indoors, shout it out. No, but I can give you my email address.
Oh, yes, I really want to work in that area. It's like because
Did I write it so?
Yes, in Denmark there are so many those pharmaceutical and medical companies. They have like what's the name? They have very close collaboration with each other. And I was so concerned because it's like, what are you doing? What are you providing?
Yeah.
When you're shaking hands.
It's my first name, Robert.
Yeah, so let me see if I can read this. So
WPMSTUIFBERGEN. Yeah. At Casema, CASEMA.nl.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Harry.
Oh, no, wait. I got my own.
Not good.
Right here.
So maybe I can write to you and then we can see how to work together on this topic.
What?
Maybe we can write to you and then talk how to work.
En die is ook legal. En die helpt legal bedrijven die uit India hier naartoe komen. En dat is daar even weer. Ja, dat is oké.
Jerry HB at. Yeah, okay.
So, what do you think so far?
I do a lot. I'm also a poet. I have been doing journalist work a little bit, but I'm not officially journalist. But sometimes if you check things, hey, you're connecting.
You want coffee, yeah? Ja. Dat is wel wichtig. Voorlezen.
Yeah, but that's what he said. Tell him, pass the word. Tell your friends, tell your family.
Helemaal nog. Stuur mee. Ik heb een paar foto's gemaakt van jou. Ik heb zitten onze de volgroep die zit in de... Ja, heel goed, dankjewel. Stuur mij op, stuur mij op. Ja, stuur mij op. Ken je mij gewoon? Ja? Ja, hij was met me eten. Ja. Kijk, ja, maak je ook nog wat van? Heb je wat van? Kijk, daar gaat hij. Ja, heel goed. Ja, heel goed. Wordt ernaast, mooi. Ja, ik heb een Afrikaanse willen maken. Ja, heel goed. Ja, we gaan beginnen. Oké. Dat ik ergens voorin ga zitten? Ja, jij moet hier voorin gaan zitten, want die rij is nou leeg. En er was die dame, die hadden een dame die dat ook zo oud was. Kavita. Ja, ik zou niet weten. Could I invite him? It's a very big book.
Welcome back to the second part of today's event. We will now enter into our panel discussion. It's important to know that we have a witness with a Chinese Falun Gong background, someone who has been jailed for a couple of years. We will not use her real name. I will call her Miss Zhen Zhen. Miss Zhen Zhen is 75 years old. She's a Falun Gong practitioner who escaped China to live in Denmark. She has been imprisoned for a couple of years in this century and has the courage to share her experience with us today. She does not speak English, so we will use an interpreter to interpret the questions and to translate her answers. If I could please invite you to have your seat. Thank you very much. Second in our panel is Kaian Wong. Kaian Wong is a prominent spokesperson for the Falun Gong community in the Netherlands. She has actively raised awareness about human rights abuses against Falun Gong practitioners, including allegations of forced organ harvesting, which have been described as a systematic violation of human rights and potentially genocidal actions. She regularly speaks at international forums to advocate against these practices and calls for global action to protect the rights of the persecuted communities within China. If I could please invite you, Kaian, to have a seat. Third is Dr. Anthony Holslag. He is a respected and well-known Dutch anthropologist and author specializing in the study of genocide, particularly the Armenian genocide. We've worked together for many years on the Armenian genocide, on the Bangladeshi genocide, and today on the forced organ harvesting on Falun Gong practitioners. He graduated cum laude from the University of Amsterdam, where his research focused on the long-term effects of genocide on diaspora communities. He has published several works exploring how the trauma of genocide is passed down through generations. If I could please invite you, Dr. Holslag. And finally, we have Dr. Weber. I already introduced him to you. Dr. Weber, please take the last seat in our panel. We will do this panel discussion with our esteemed panelists, but also with you, our audience. If you have a pressing question, you don't understand something, or you want to elaborate on an issue, please raise your hand. But allow me to do a first round to get to know our panelists a little bit better. Then the second round is going to be about the report and the meaning of the report for each and everyone individually taking place in this panel. And a human rights organization, as a medical organization, and you as an audience being committed to the subject, because you're all here because you are either a Falun Gong practitioner, human rights activist, or simply professional or non-professional interested in the subject. So we do know one thing, that everyone in this room is concerned about the subject of forced organ harvesting. I would like to start this panel discussion with our witness, of course. Ms. Zhen Zhen, you are living in Denmark these days. When did you leave China, and how did you leave?
so much for taking your time and come and join this event.
我是2007年离开中国来到丹麦。
I left China in 2007 and I came to Denmark directly.
我因为修炼法轮功而被中共抓进监狱，关了3年半。
I was put in jail by the CCP because I practiced Falun Gong, and I was detained for 3.5 years in jail.
在关押的期间，我一直没有见到我的孩子。
And while I was detained in prison, I was not allowed to see my son.
我出了监狱以后，我就想去看我的孩子，探亲，因为他在丹麦读书。
So when I was released from prison, immediately I want to visit my son. At that time, he was already escaped China and came to Denmark to study.
我要求出国要申请护照，但是呢，我因为是中共的重点看管的对象，所以他们一直不给我护照。
And in order to come out, I of course need a passport. But because I was blacklisted by the CCP, they didn't want me to leave the country. So they used different excuse to delay my passport application.
我是通过正常的渠道申请，但是他们就是不给。
So I was following their routine, their process to apply for passport, but they keep on rejecting or delay it.
于是呢，我就从地方政府一直找到上海市的市长，他们就以种种借口不给我护照。完了呢，就是在这样的情况下，我就想我要把这个经过通过国外的媒体曝光。 国外的媒体曝光以后呢，他们害怕了，他们过了2天就来找我，说：“哎，你去丹麦探亲吧。”这时候他们才给我护照。
So because they keep on finding different excuses and without giving me any legal basis, in the end, I decide. So I tried basically all the channels from the local authority to the policeman to even the mayor office, but no one can give me accurate answer. They just keep on finding excuse to delay my application. In the end, I decide to expose what they did. So what happened is I read my story, put it, send it to overseas media, as well as when the media published my story, then actually the local authority contact me, and then they just said very friendly, say, "Oh, you're allowed to leave now." So that's when I actually get my application approved.
Okay, and what was in that story? Was in that story?
发给那个媒体是您在监狱的经历，还是这些申请的经历？
申请的经历，因为他不给我护照嘛，所以我就通过国外的明慧网。 丹麦把我的经历就是写成文字，就告诉全世界我是怎么修炼法轮功的，怎么被迫害的，在监狱里是受到什么样的酷刑的，这些呢我都在来到丹麦以后， 我向丹麦政府申请避难，把这些经历都告诉了丹麦政府。
So it's actually, I first put everything through when I came to Denmark because I need to apply for asylum, like asylum seeker. So I write down all the experience. I send it to the local government, the experience, what I experienced in prison, everything related to what I know about the forced organ harvesting and everything.
And we talked in the first hour about evidence. One sort of evidence, the fifth that was mentioned, was witness. Now, Ms. Sensen is a witness. Can you tell us what you have seen or heard about organ harvesting while you were in prison?
他就想问，因为第一个环节，我们讨论了很长时间关于这个证人和证据的问题，那就能不能请您分享一下您在监狱里，就是看到什么和活摘这方面有关的事情，或者您的经历？
好的，我亲身经历过，因为关在监狱里的时候，在中国的监狱非常恶毒的，不是打就是骂，什么酷刑都会有。从来没有对关押的人进行身体全面的检查。
So what I experienced is personally, I experienced 2 times very abnormal this body check, health check, because when I was in prison, what I experienced is we were treated very, very poorly. So physical abuse, torture, this is something very common. But at the same time, they don't care about our health, but at the same time, we have to go through this kind of medical checks.
因为在中国，99年迫害法轮功以后，2000年关押的法轮功特别多，所以在2003年的时候，突然就是监狱通知所有的法轮功学员都要进行身体全面的检查。
After CCP persecuted Falun Gong in around the year 2000 and onwards, there are a lot of Falun Gong practitioners were put in jail. In 2003, together with me, all the Falun Gong practitioners in the jail I was in, we were told we have to go through this mandatory like medical exams.
第一次呢，就是2003年的时候啊，就是通知所有的法轮功学员要进行身体检查，有4辆大巴车，上面呢都是非常先进的设备。法轮功学员呢，就是一个一个的上车检查，不允许2个人，都是一个一个上车。检查的内容非常的那个，就是说从眼睛啊、身高啊、妇科呀、5脏6腑全部要检查。抽血啊，那个管子比这个还要粗，就抽大量的血，又抽满满一管血。
So the first time I experienced this full body examination is in 2003. There came 4 big buses and with very, very advanced medical equipment. And all the Falun Gong practitioners were forced to go through the bus, go through all the examinations, and we can't object. We were doing this under the surveillance from the guard. And also the examination covers everything, basically from the blood test to the eye checks, the blood test, the kidney, heart, the liver, everything. And when they draw the blood from us, it's very much. So the tube they use is actually, it feels like thicker. This microphone is very thick, and they took a lot of blood from us.
就是后来的，就是等到我检查了啊，那个睡在床上做那个 B 超。做 B 超的时候，那个医生非常认真，完了呢，他就觉得很无奈的，后来叫了很多医生，好几个医生一起来，叫了警察一起来看，说你看这个人这个东西都没用了，不能派用场了，就这样讲。我那个时候就听他们讲了以后，我就说什么东西没用了，我真的很纳闷，知道吗？但是他们就在那讨论我的这个5脏6腑，就是说没用了。
So when I go through the ultrasound, I noticed something very strange. Like the doctor was very, very carefully examined me, and then afterwards he called the other doctors to come and check the result together with the prison guard. And then I overheard he told the others like, "Oh, this is no use. We can't use it. This is no use." So Zhenzhen was very curious, like, what are they talking about? What do they mean? Like, there's no use.
Thank you for now. We'll get back to you and give you plenty of time to elaborate on this. I would like to go to Kyan Wong as the representative of the Falun Gong Society in the Netherlands. Let's first get to know you a little bit better. What do you do in daily life? And for how long have you been practicing Falun Gong? And what does it mean to you? Is it yoga? Is it a lifestyle? Is it a religion to you? What is it, Falun Gong?
Yes, my name is Kyan Wong. Thank you for having me here today. In my daily life, I'm doing investment migrations. So I'm helping people buying properties, and so they can get also a residence in certain countries. Yeah, and I've been practicing Falun Gong for almost 16 years, and for me, it is because I think we didn't talk about what is Falun Gong. Falun Gong is a spiritual practice which is rooted from the Buddhist tradition. And the core principles of Falun Gong is based on truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. And it consists of 5 gentle exercises and 1 sitting meditation. And in our daily life, we try to live up according to the 3 principles. To give you a small example, like when something happened, I try to look inside instead of looking outward or blaming each other. And when I start to practice Falun Gong, it gives me a lot of peace, actually, because I don't blame others and I don't trying to strive for something. I try to let go of different attachments. So it gives me a lot of peace and calmness inside. And also, when I was not practicing Falun Gong, I have small coughs, but quite a lot in 1 year, and fevers. But after practicing that, I am much more healthy. Yes.
Okay. That about yourself. Now about Falun Gong in the Netherlands. You are president of an organization. How many Falun Gong practitioners do you think there are in the Netherlands? And how are they organized? Are they all a member of your club, or how does that work?
That's a very good question. Actually, there is no membership with Falun Gong, and everything is volunteer and free of charge. So it is hard to say how many Falun Gong practitioners we have in the Netherlands, because you can also do it at home. But because there are practitioners who escaped from China coming to here, but also other practitioners who started to practice in the Netherlands and want to be involved in the human rights aspect, because Falun Gong is actually apolitical. Without persecution, we don't have to do this kind of activity. I just talked with one person from Uyghur. Now it is 6 o'clock. We were eating dinner at home instead of having this kind of events. I know more than 100 practitioners here in the Netherlands, but there must be more.
Okay, if you talk, you know 100 yourself, so personally, if we're talking about the whole of the Netherlands, are we talking about hundreds or thousands? What do you expect?
I think hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yeah, over 100.
It's a relatively small number, I would say. Why do you think is the Chinese government so strongly persecuting and torturing Falun Gong prisoners?
Yes.
If it's only, about being a little bit healthy and Buddhist tradition, etc.
Yes, yes.
What's the threat for China?
Because Falun Gong was introduced to the public in 1992, and within a few years' time, according to the state survey, Chinese state survey, there were like 70 to 100 million people in China practicing Falun Gong. That was 1 out of every 13 person in China. So it is such a huge number, and this number outnumbered the members who were members from the Chinese Communist Party. And the other thing is, as I told you, the 3 principles of Falun Gong, truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance, they are actually different, totally different from the ideology from the Chinese Communist Party, which is atheist, and they have an ideology like fight against the heaven, fight against the nature, fight against each other. So our our principles doesn't match with the Chinese Communist Party.
Okay, we'll hear more about that in the second round when we'll talk about the report also. Dr. Holslag, Mr. Holslag, is the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners, is it known in the scientific community that you are a part of?
Let me first state that the scientific community of genocide scholars, it's a very loose community. We have a few institutes, and I was looking yesterday and today on articles written about the subject matter, and I was surprised how little articles were written about it. And that's where we really should start. So, is it well known? It is known by a certain institution like Genocide Watch, they know it. Human Rights Foundation and the Hudson Institute, I don't think that's a Genocide Institute. But Lemken Institute, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, they do not recognize this as genocide.
Okay. Now you've heard Dr. Weber and also in relation to questions from the audience, talk about genocide and the history of the convention, the UN convention, UN Treaty of 1948, against right after the Second World War, against genocide. Can you tell us whether the persecution, in your opinion, fits the description of genocide?
Well, let me first state that the definition of genocide in 1948 by Lemken is a faulty law. It has many, can I say it, pitfalls. One is that they only mention 4 categories in the definition. Right? They don't mention tribe, don't mention any other identities that could be killed. Another pitfall in it is the sentence in half or most. You know, it's very vague. You know, how many people should be killed in order to call it a genocide? But the big problem about this issue, what I read in articles yesterday and today, is the intent. How do you prove the intent? Because on the surface, the intent is to harvest donors for harvest organs. I mean, for health and medical reasons. So, and there are also people who survive that, right? So, is the intent therefore really to kill a group of people based on their identity?
That is what Dr. Weber said in his presentation, that in, I think it was 1999, that Jiang Zemin said, eradicate them economically, legally, and physically.
Yeah.
That sounds like intent to me.
Yeah, that's, I agree with you, but if I have to play the advocate of the devil, proving a genocide based on the Lemken 1948 definition alone is the hardest legal battle you're going to have.
Okay, we'll get back to that. We're going to go to Dr. Weber because he made that point of 1999 and Jiang Zemin. Dr. Weber, is forced organ harvesting in China internationally, for instance by the US and their Falun Gong Protection Act, is it seen as a proven fact? Let's take America, where they have this Falun Gong Protection Act directly related to forced organ harvesting. Is it in the US seen as a proven fact?
See, actually, the answer is probably that the governments and institutions are divided. Yeah, I mean, in the case of the Falun Gong Protection Act, yes, it's taken as a proven fact. Yeah, because if you look at the China Tribunal, they had several months to prove the evidence, and they made a report about 556 pages. And Sir Geoffrey Nice KC, he was also the chief prosecutor of Slobodan Milosevic, right? I guess it was in The Hague, wasn't it?
Yes.
So this is actually a historical doubtfulness event, I think, yeah. So, but if it comes to the US Congress and also the European Parliament, yeah, they have passed several resolutions on this topic, yeah. So it's, I think, from this side, and some countries even passed laws. But within the medical field, they're divided, yeah. So if you look at the transplant specialty, their leadership tries to ignore it, basically. Sure, because it's bad for business. If people get afraid of being killed alive, I mean, just imagine, yeah. So you would not sign in for a donor, basically, you know, based on an altruistic system. But the other medical professions, I'd say about 80 to 90% acknowledge that something is off key in China, yeah. And we have this information and feedback from talks from medical conferences and even to individual colleagues within the transplant field also.
Okay, well, we're talking about political recognition and we're talking about medical recognition. What about legal recognition? Has this ever been taken to court to get it proven as a fact, as far as you know?
You mean like have Chinese surgeons be part of
I don't consider this possible in China, but outside China, for instance.
No, see, if you put all the evidence together, it is a proven fact. Yeah, you cannot ignore thousands of testimonies, blood vials, and so on. Yeah, but if it comes to the hard proof, it's very difficult. Yeah, but this is also the strength of our report, because we combine all the evidence that is existing, and this shows a clear picture. I mean, and moreover, I mean, we are medical doctors, we're not attorneys, yeah.
Well, let's go back to the scientist, Dr. Holzbach. How do you see this issue?
The thing is, you have to separate legal recognition, scientific recognition, and political recognition. I mean, these are all different things. And my experience is that if it starts with scientific recognition, then you follow quicker political and legal recognition. And so far I know, but you could correct me, only Argentina and Spain, I think, they recognize this as a genocide.
No, I don't know which individual country recognizes as this is a genocide, but see, we analyze data and official numbers and testimonies, yeah. And if you do the statistical work on it, it's clear that what is claimed to be done in the field of organ transplantation is not valid, yeah. So these numbers are manipulated, and they're all actually manipulated at certain historical moments, yeah. And this is so obvious. I mean, in a court, it would count as evidence for sure. Sure.
Yeah. Now, we talked about the international market. There is an international market for organs. Also, there's a legal market, by the way, because also in the Netherlands, it's Eurotransplant, a European organization. So if you have an organ transplanted, then it could be an organ from a foreign country inside the EU. Now, if China is selling these and offering these on the international market, where do these organs go to? And what happens? Because if a patient goes to a general practitioner in the Netherlands for care after surgery, then the doctor will say, where did you get that organ? It's not in your file. It's not been illegal. Doctors can see whether or not an organ was transplanted in the Netherlands or in Europe. So if a patient comes back from China, been on a holiday, comes back with a new kidney. Is that a practice? Is that how it goes?
Yes.
Have you seen this?
No, me personally, I haven't seen it. And the problem is, in general, it is suggested that China invites people for organ transplantations. Yeah, so they invite people to come to China. Yeah. And this allows for better control for China of disposing the cadaver, and it avoids the short ischemic times, yeah, before the transplant surgery. But it's also a problem in other countries, yeah. For example, in the Caribbean, flight attendants have told us that there is an island where human trafficking is being done from China to this Caribbean island for forced organ harvesting also. So you could basically say that this system is being exported also in a way, yeah. But we don't have enough proof to say that this is for 100% happening. But the first hints we get are also clear on it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to the second round now, which is more in depth in the report and everything related to the report. Ms. Zhen, today you've heard Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting. Is the fact that these organs are harvested in China, is that a well-known fact in China? Are people talking about this?
想问你一下，就之前我们谈论这个国来起案这件事，在中国有没有被广泛的知道？还有人们是不是在谈论这件事情？
现在有，就是大量的活摘法轮功器官以后，那些医生呢，他们有利可图，所以呢，现在发展到中国民众，就是有大学生、中学生、小学生。进学校以后呢，马上就检查身体，完了把那些数据呢存在那儿作为一个数据库。有的大学生上课的时候被叫出以后失踪了，完了以后就找不到人。等找到人的时候呢，他已经内脏没有了，算自杀。有些小学的小朋友检查身体，不告诉家长。不告诉家长就检查身体，那个呢就作为一个数据库。现在中国人呢知道了，就是很注意这方面，就是要叫他去检查身体啊、抽血呀，他会说不要去。现在已经发展到现在老百姓就知道了，大面积的在活摘器官，孩子都不见了，家人都不见了，所以这个是一个非常严重的一件事情。
I think it's well known now because after they did this systematically to larger scale of Falun Gong practitioner, now it's actually become a more normal phenomenon in the way that, for example, some of the university students, when they're in the class, they suddenly get a call, like they call out, and then they just disappear. A few days later, the body was found, but the organ was gone. There are several cases like this. There are also cases like, for example, high school student, university school student, they were mandatory to take the medical exam before they were enrolled in school. There are also cases, for example, elementary school student, they have to take like several times for blood tests without parents' consent. So many, like even the young children, they went missing, like for example, some young children go to the hospital, and then for a small operation, suddenly the hospital say the child is like brain dead. Then when the parents find then the little children, their organ was all gone. There are so many cases like that. So all these, even though the CCP is trying to cover it, but the parents know that they really pay attention to this. So now in China, if people come to this subject, like they want to do a blood test, then many people will just be very suspicious and then say, no, I don't want to do this. So they think it's a bit well known.
所以这个事情呢，就是说，希望大家都来关注啊，特别是我们的政要啊、有名的医生啊、媒体啊，都来关注中国这个中国人的生命吧，就是希望大家能够就是曝光这些事情，关注。比如说我自己亲身经历，我申请护照，我申请4次，2年半都不给，完了我曝光以后呢，他给了。所以中共是害怕曝光的，所以我希望我们的媒体也好，政要也好，能够就是帮助我们曝光，曝光以后呢，至少能减少中国人民的生命危险。所以希望大家能够帮助我们传播。
So Ms. Zhen mentioned she finds it's extremely important to raise awareness on this topic. From her experience,
how she finally got her passport, and she finds the CCP is really afraid to be exposed on this kind of evil act. So she finds it by letting more people know, by letting, for example, politicians, media talk about this, it's really a direct help to stop this evil act.
I think that's also what Andreas Weber in his presentation mentioned, to raise awareness and to get the people involved. Would you say that that is the way, the best way to stop forced organ harvesting, to get the people to know, to make people aware, so that maybe at the end of the day also politicians take action?
他想问您，就是您是怎么看什么是最有效的方式去治水火灾？是不是让所有人都知道，然后让政要去采取行动？
对，其实很重要，就是让所有人知道，因为这个火灾器官在中共那个体制下面是封锁消息，不让老百姓知道。如果你受害者要发声音，他也不让你发声音，不让你讲，所以就是一定要让全世界的人都知道。特别是我们为什么说政要媒体呢？它有影响力，所以希望能够传播曝光中共的这个罪恶行径，这样呢，就是可以减少甚至于制止这种迫害。
She found that that's exactly the point. She found that, for example, in China, CCP uses so much effort to censor this information, to silence the family from the victim. So it's important to let people know. And the reason she specifically mentioned politicians and the media, and is because those people have a lot of influence. So by letting them know, they can influence more people.
Thank you very much for now. I'd like to go to Kayan Wong, because it was mentioned earlier, the situation of the Uyghurs. They are persecuted in China as well, Tibetans also. Hong Kongers are being oppressed, Christians also. But there seems to be a difference in the way that Falun Gong practitioners are treated, because forced labor, Uyghurs, is different from what happens to Falun Gong practitioners. Still, can you compare the way the Chinese government treats these groups?
Yes, it's awful that the Chinese Communist Party are persecuting all people of belief, Uyghurs, Tibetans, Falun Gong, Christians. And I give some facts with the persecution of Falun Gong, because before the persecution of Falun Gong of July 1999 started, they have established a 610 Bureau on 10th of June. That's why it's called the 610 Bureau. And they established, it has an extra legal police force task. And this was, they were reporting directly to the top. I think Andreas talked about this as well. It's like the Hitler Gestapo, but it's the China Gestapo. And they were reporting directly to the head. And the persecution from Falun Gong came directly from the party leader at that time. It was Jiang Zemin. It was directly directed by the top. And he already also mentioned that he said defaming the Falun Gong's reputation and destroy them physically and financially. Yes, and also it is a bit different because Uyghurs is in a specific area, and we are not a minority, because with 100 million people practicing China, it was practiced by all kind of age, all walks of life. There were farmers, but also high officials, and they were living in whole China. So the persecution was nationwide. It is not in a certain location or place. So that is also another difference. And as I told, the values of Falun Gong is truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. It is a threat for the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party, because they have different ideology. actually, you might say there is so not many media talking about Falun Gong, but they're talking about Tibet and Uyghurs. And I know a friend, he told me a story that he knows someone who was dealing for the European Parliament of European Union with the human rights dialogue with China. And he asked this friend of mine, like, when we mentioned about Tibet, Uyghurs, the Chinese officials were unhappy. But when he asked about Falun Gong, he was standing up. The Chinese official was very angry, and he put his fist on the table like, you don't talk about this, and they went away. They were really angry from bottom of the heart. So this is also a difference that we can think about. Why is this?
Now, a year and a half ago, there was in the Dutch news that there were Chinese police stations in the Netherlands.
Yes.
The embassy being active following Chinese diaspora. Is there Chinese attention through these police stations or the embassy for the Falun Gong practitioners specifically? Can you share some experience about that?
Yes, actually from the newly leaked incredible reports, the Chinese Communist Party has a new plan to eliminate Falun Gong worldwide. So it is not only limited to the persecution of Falun Gong in China, but worldwide. And they are increasing their propaganda, disinformation, and transnational repression activities to target Falun Gong. So, and it's all behind the scene. We know that in US, they have established, we call it the Overseas 610 Bureau. It is now established in US soil. So this is very concerning. We are very worried about this situation actually. And I know a Dutch person, he was very supporting Falun Gong, but because during the years, because of the propaganda, disinformation, he has another view on us, and he say, "Oh, I don't support you anymore because you are this, that." So that is very pity.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Holslag. You've heard you've read the report and you've heard Andres Weber talk about a so-called cold genocide. What is a cold genocide?
I think Weber said perfectly, genocide goes over time. So most genocides happen during warfare in a short amount of time. This is genocide that happens in a long period of time. That's one. Secondly, I would like to add that I don't want to be disrespectful to the witness. And I don't disagree with you, Weber. As a matter of fact, I want to help you strengthen your case. Because what you have to be aware of is that you have a legal definition of genocide and a scientific one. And the scientific one could help you much more. Because what I just heard from you, that opened all kind of red flags for me. I think these red flags are much more important to say this is a genocide. There's a genocidal tendencies. And for example, to say it's systematic. Because systematic is not a genocide. We had systematic napalm bombings in Vietnam, and we don't call that a genocide. Right? In the report it says somewhere people are being killed, so it's genocide. No, that's also not the definition of genocide. Genocide means killing a group of people for their identity, because they are seen as an internal enemy for the elite. That's what genocide means. I mean, when you just spoke of the fact that they are the anti-image of the Communist Party, that woke me up. Right there.
Could you repeat that? Because you don't speak so very loudly.
Yeah,
That's it.
I speak very soft, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, but it's very important when you have to say.
I said that you have a scientist called Irwin Stout, right? And he said that genocide occurs when the self-image of the people who do the genocide, the perpetrators, have a negative self-image, and therefore they kill the one that is the opposite of them in their self-image than themselves. And that is what it is. And that's what you, and that is the scientific stuff that you need. And not only the legal definition of systematic killing and that kind of stuff, because like I said, you can place it in some categories. So I have a proposal for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I would like to hook on that for a second. You know, there's a book, it's called How the Specter of Communism Rules the World. And in this book, it's written basically what the communist ideology is all about. And when you read this book, you see it's exactly like you say. It's the opposite. It's like Falun Gong is reciprocal to communism. Yeah, and this is based on the values of Falun Gong. You know, communism is basically ruling on this Darwinism, like the socialist Darwinism, right? Survival of the fittest, which means you're in a constant fight against each other, and the strongest survives. Yeah, but Falun Gong is exactly the opposite. Yeah, people do a peaceful resistance. Yeah, they're compassionate. Yeah, they're truthful, and I mean, I think Ronald Reagan said it once. You know, what's the difference between a communist and a non-communist? He said a communist is someone who read the manifesto, right? The Communist Manifesto, and the non-communist is someone who understood the manifesto. You know? And I think this is the point to make. It's really the opposite, communism and Falun Gong. You know, it's even kind of a spiritual fight, I think. Yeah, for the values of Falun Gong, the values of if there are any values of communism. But
yes, the values from Falun Gong rooted from the traditional Chinese culture. And when the Chinese Communist Party got power, there was in the 60s and 70s, there were a cultural revolution to eliminate the 5,000 years traditional culture. So that is also one of the points I want to add. Yeah.
Yeah. And you had an advice for Dr. Weber, you said.
Well, like I said, I saw so little scientific articles about this topic, and also from a social scientific point of view. So if you really want this to be broad and well known, you should involve the scientific community much more in this. And it's not just the legal scholars, because that's what people tend to go to. And then we get these debates, is it systematic, not systematic, that kind of stuff. We go also to the social scientists, because their definition of genocide is much, much broader.
yeah, great advice. Thank you very much. And maybe we can pick up on this later.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, because you're a scientist here, and you're telling the doctor that the scientific community should work harder to get it recognized. Now, my question to you as a scientist and as a member of the International Association of Genocide Scholars is, what are you going to do? Are you going to take this topic to your organization to have it investigated? And are you going to write an article about this?
They start from speaking louder. So.
I'll do my best. The thing is with organizations like Genocide Scholars or Association is that they have to make resolutions, right? Every 2 years they make a resolution. Is this a genocide or not?
No, I'm going to interrupt you here. I don't want to hear about what your problem is. I want to hear about your solution. What are you going to do? Are you going to table a resolution? Are you going to inspire your colleagues? Are you going to write an article? What are you as a scientist going to do?
Well, let me answer in 2 ways. Yes, I'm definitely going to talk about this in IGS.
Good, that's one thing. Thank you very much for that.
Yes. Like any other scientist, you have one problem, that's money.
I don't want to hear your problems. Everyone has problems. Give us your solutions.
No, but the thing is, if you do want to do very good research on this, you need to have a budget to do so. And that's the only way to do it. You need to have not one witnesses, you have to talk about 50, 60 witnesses. You have to talk with many different groups at the same time. You have to look in the history, you have to look at the infrastructure, you have to look at so many aspects before you can definitely say, okay, this is a genocide with these standards. And that basically you need a grant, you need money in order to do so. And that's where it mostly stops.
Okay. Well, thank you for your first answer. And his second question, money for research and time devoted to get this on the table. What are you going to ask the members of parliament to debate next week?
Yes, we hope that they can really put this organ harvesting issue on the political agenda and investigating the possibility to adopt the Falun Gong Protection Act, like from the American one, because that is very strong. And also what Zhenzhen just said, come with a statement to how do you say, to condemn this persecution and also the national repression of Falun Gong. Yes, that is the most powerful, because I think in Dutch saying there is that when the evils came to daylight, they will. You have to bring the evils to daylight. Yeah. So that's why we need to expose them. And in China, it is all controlled by 100% controlled by state media. And even that's why there are hardly journalists writing about articles about Falun Gong, because when you write, maybe you get pressured. Maybe you can't get in China anymore. So I know that there was a journalist here, so maybe we can try out.
Well, the journalist has left, but I know him, so we can get him to report about this. Now, I've talked in my introduction about Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting, that they and we intend to bring this event to other European countries as well. Now, you run an organization, the Falun Gong Foundation in the Netherlands. You have colleagues in Denmark and in other countries of the European Union. Do you work together to get this on the political and on the public agenda? If so, how?
Yes, we only work for several resolutions in the European Parliament, and for Dutch to get Dutch Parliament to get it on agenda, it is depending on us, Falun Gong practitioners. And I want to stress one more thing is we are apolitical. If there was no persecution, we don't have to do this kind of things.
Okay, but unfortunately you have to.
Yes,
so
we have to.
And you have your partners, I know from some activists here in the room, who've been working on this issue for a very long time.
Yes, what I'm going to do is I will try to get more, to reach out more like scientists, because we have many practitioners who escaped from China and who were persecuted, so they can help you with stories, and it is for free. They can come to you, so you don't have travel fees. And we will reach out to more, just to inform them, because informing is the only thing that we can do.
Good. Thank you very much. Now, Dr. Weber, you spoke about the American Falun Gong Protection Act. Could you tell a bit more about what is this act? Is it literally to protect Falun Gong, or is it to stop forced organ harvesting, or is it to basically to piss off China, because the US always wants to piss off China, doesn't it? China is the biggest competitor in the world. So what is this Falun Gong Act, Protection Act about, and could it serve as an example for the Netherlands or for Europe even?
Yeah, there's very much to say about the Falun Gong Protection Act, so you have to stop me if it's too much, okay?
Yes.
So basically, the Falun Gong Protection Act is a very balanced but very intelligent response to China's forced organ harvesting. And firstly, we can say people who are involved in forced organ harvesting, they don't get access to the United States. I mean, who would want people who committed such a crime in one's country? Basically, and imagine, would you be okay to have a Nazi concentration camp officer in your country? And secondly, the State Department is asked to produce annual reports. And this is important. We urge them then in this Falun Gong Protection Act to produce annual reports on forced organ harvesting. And this is meaningful because previous investigations were mostly done by private citizens or non-governmental organizations. Yeah. However, if the government compiles reports, then one can be sure that legislation will follow. Yeah. And thirdly, the Falun Gong Protection Act also asks to stop cooperation with China in the transplant field. Yeah. Now, this might sound harsh, but would you expect to work together with a Nazi concentration camp officer being advised in using poisonous gases, for example? Yeah. And it's basically the same thing. Yeah. And there was a study promoted actually in 2024 in February, where they built basically a new machine where they could do non-ischemic transplantations. Yeah, and this is the kind of technology they also want to sell in the world, so that you'd be able to do non-ischemic transplantations. Yeah, and usually you cannot do this because if the organ is warm, the donor is not dead. Yeah, so it's really horrible. You know, so these are the issues about the Falun Gong Protection Act, basically.
And could it serve as an example to the Netherlands and Europe, maybe?
Yes. So it's an approach where several countries tried to not to be pulled into complicity with the crimes such as forced organ harvesting. Excuse me. See, in Europe is the cradle of ethical standards. Yeah, you see it from 1948. So actually, Europe should be the spearhead in doing something like the Falun Gong Protection Act to stop unethical abuse, you know, in the medical field.
Okay, thank you. In a minute, we'll go to the audience for you to ask questions or to make remarks. Before we do that, I would like to ask Ms. Senzen a final question, because you've come a long way from China to Denmark and then from Denmark to the Netherlands. Are you going back home to Denmark with an optimistic feeling that something could change? Because we want to see that change and we want to be part of that change. Are you going back home as an optimist, or are you going back home the way you came here?
就想了解一下您参加这个活动，然后听了这么多专家还有 activists 这个发言，您现在是觉得您会有一个什么心情回到丹麦？是和来这儿一样的心情，还是一个比较很积极、很乐观的心情？觉得就是大家在努力改变这件事情。您有什么想法？
首先我非常感谢这次组织的这次活动，非常好，能够让最起码就更多的人知道中共在迫害。我来参加这个活动，我非常感谢你们。我回到丹麦，我会继续的讲。法轮功怎么会被迫害的？法轮功是什么？中共为什么要迫害法轮功？那么我还有个提议，就是什么呢？就是希望国外的人不要去中国做器官移植，因为中共会一个借口说，你看国外需要移植器官呢，所以他就把这个责任就会推到国外需要，所以我们要做。这个事情我们必须全世界都动起来，所以就是在国外我们需要增签嘛，希望能够就是大家去增签，制止这种活摘器官，停止这个罪恶的行径。
So first, thank you very much for having me here, and thank you all of you very much for making this happen and all your great effort. And I feel very, very grateful and very thankful for doing this. I feel I have a lot I can bring back to Denmark, and I also feel I need to continue my effort to bring more awareness on this topic. And I would also like to raise another point, that is, we also need to make sure there's no more Westerners actually traveling to China for organ transplantation, because what is happening is CCP is actually using this as an excuse, saying that it's actually needed. So we need to have this transplantation. Yes, but it's actually their evil that they basically have other people to take responsibility, which is very wrong. So I just very urgently ask you to kindly take a look at the petition and please share the information with others.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the Q&A, I would like a big hand for these brave people speaking out on this important subject. Because we know that if the Chinese embassy is not here tonight, then they will be following or watching us online with this important event. So hello to China. Now we go to the Q&A session.
Before this, I want to also thank Global Human Rights Defense and Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting.
Absolutely. Well good. Now to you, audience, Q&A.
I've got a question for Daisy.
Can we have a microphone?
Thank you very much. I have a question for Daisy. You mentioned that even children were affected, so that children in primary schools were already tested, that blood samples were being taken, and that I'm not sure whether I got that right, but that children were sent to hospitals for minor operations and then declared brain dead, and parents got the corpses back with organs missing. Does that mean that not only Falun Gong practitioners are affected, but also other people?
他就想问一下，因为刚才您有提到，现在发展到有孩子也被很惨的，比如说您刚才有提到有小学他们去测试，然后有这种孩子他经历了一些很小的手术，但突然就宣布他死亡了，器官那这意味着什么？是不是意味着这个活摘法轮功不光是一个唯一的受害者，还有更多的人被受害
？Yes， 就是法轮功是比较早的迫害人嘛，后来就是有一些舆论出来以后，就是扩展到全国，所以就是学生从小学到大学都有被就是无辜的失踪，无辜的抽验血，所以这些孩子们就是家长都不知道，某一天就是说，哎呀，这个孩子不见了，去哪儿了？找不到。如果找到了呢，眼角膜没有了，就是也有过这样的事情，就是说孩子在门口玩耍，过一会儿就人不见了，等到回来的时候呢，眼角膜就被摘除了，变瞎子回来了。
Thank you for your question. So Falun Gong is the started from Falun Gong. That's the earliest and the most systematically group, and now it's expanded to actually a lot more victims. So the cases that you just mentioned, there's many cases that Zhen have read about. So for example, as the first is happening in different places all over China. And the second, there are so many cases that the children suddenly were missing. When the children was found, like the children was just playing outside the house. When they found, they went missing when they found the eyes was it was taken and they can't see anymore. There are so many cases like that. So she found that this is really expanding, and she found that this is really terrifying.
发生这样的事情以后呢，还不许家长说，就是公安就是不许说，如果你要说的话，他会就打压你，封口。
And also one of the very terrible thing is they also silence the parents. So the parents who actually follow up the case to try to find their children, try to make awareness on this. Actually, CCP really put a lot of effort to silence them.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Mijn Engels.
In Dutch.
Maar ik wou het eventjes aansluiten bij de vrouw. Aansluiten bij de vrouw voor haar vraag. Het is een artikel op de Mingoei. Dat was een pediatrische congres gehouden in China. En dat daarna wordt voorgesteld dat de kleine kinderen al als orgaandonor getekend worden. En dat was het gewoon heel kleine kinderen.
En dit was in het nieuws?
Dat was op Mingo, ja, dat is nieuws voor Falun Gong beoefenaars. Deze artikel kan gevonden worden en dan kan naar haar gestuurd worden.
Oké, gaan we voor elkaar maken. There was an article that addresses really this case of young people, organs being taken, looked for young people. So after the conference, maybe you could tell where the article could be found. We're going to go to the next question. Mr. Sito, next question from Mr. Sito.
Thank you so much for this informing me. Just try to put a system that, as I heard that the Uyghurs is harvesting organs for people from Islamic background because they feel more comfort on that. Is it not so that the Han Chinese feel more comfortable with people who are not Muslims but still in China, and they accept it more like a, organ to buy an organ from the pure Chinese?
Kayan, could you answer that question, or?
Yes, that is the case indeed. Because Chinese people, they prefer to have Chinese people organ because they think everything is different. There were undercover phone calls, with Chinese doctors or officials, and especially with Chinese doctors. They were pretending like, oh, I need an organ. Do you have from Falun Gong? And they say, yes, I have. Do you have from young people Falun Gong? And they say, yes, we have, because people think the younger you are, the more healthy you are, because when you are getting older, maybe it's not so healthy. So this is also covered.
Okay, next question. Yes, back there.
Yes, I want to come back to the genocide question. Dr. Holslager, you was talking about you have to have the intention to do something, and also apart from the definition of 1948, that there were 4 different forms of genocide. If you make just some comparison, because about the intention, I mean, even in the Second World War, the Germans didn't say when putting Jews on the transport, we are going to kill you. I mean, there's always a hidden intention also. And then finally, maybe after a couple of years, then it appeared what the final solution meant. So if you look at Israel, it's the same. They didn't say they want to kill all the Palestinians, but they killed 45,000, and at the same time they made for the 2 million or the people who were left at the Gaza Strip, they made for the rest life almost impossible. So before Gaza, there were only 3 countries where the term genocide was used for. Apart from Germany, there was Rwanda, and there was Pol Pot in Cambodia. Cambodia also.
And Srebrenica.
And Srebrenica, yeah, that's true. But it was 8,000 men killed, and on the ground of this, it was called genocide already. Yeah.
You have to move to your question now.
Yeah, I'm going to my question, because we were talking about the Falun Gong, and I was, because the Falun Gong also is a specific group, but they are individuals. Yeah, you can hide that you are Falun Gong, and then maybe nothing is happening. But that is what happened in Cambodia with the people who were intellectuals. I mean, if you wear glasses or if you spoke a different language, then already you were killed for that. And also it appeared to be for homosexuals, for example, because Jews were not the only ones in the Second World War who were killed. So what do you need to call something a genocide then if for decades people are already having a discussion about this, lawyers?
Dr. Hosel.
Yeah. Cambodia is a very. Do you speak louder now?
Yeah.
Cambodia is a very specific case because what a lot of people don't realize it was actually a racial genocide. That had to do with the whole idea in romanticization of the Commodus and the Common Empire. I'm going to say something that is against my own science, something I dislike about my own science, but it's a fact. We are more archaeologists than scientists present on the ground. But what I mean by that is that we can only often discover the intent after the act is done. That's something I hate about my discipline, but it's true. Because if you look at many things that happens in warfare, it looks like genocide. Like I said, I mentioned the napalm bombings in Vietnam. You can argue it was an intent, you killed Vietnamese people, it's genocide. But genocide is a complete picture of a lot of things altogether. You can only establish that picture, unfortunately, after the act. There is a change within that in the genocide scientific community. That's an alert system we want to set up that gives us specific alerts when different things happen in society. That's what I also mentioned with the social scientific approach of genocide. Because we as social scientists do not see genocide with 5 criteria that Lemke made. We see genocide as a process, which each process increases another process, another process, another process. And the 9th step in that process is killing. We have 8 steps before that. The 10th step is the 9th. The 9th genocide occurred. That's what you saw in Armenia, with the Armenian genocide. That's what you saw in Cambodia. That's what you also see right now in Syria.
But not in Sudan.
Sorry?
Not in Sudan.
Not in Sudan. Okay, we're going to leave it here. We have a final question at a final question. All our panelists are going to remain here after the event because we're going to have a drink and a snack 2 doors further. So please keep your question in your pockets and you'll be able to ask them specifically. But the final question is from a gentleman in the back.
Thank you. If you allow me, I'll hold slightly of a plea because of this tension as well that we've noticed with the reality.
You have a minute for that.
Okay, I'll try my best. So what I've noticed is that we are here all gathered today and we want to have certain kind of recognition because we want recognition to eventually have certain type of solutions. That's the first step, right? And there is, in a way, our own understanding that genocide is the crime of crimes. But as been mentioned, it doesn't have to be genocide. What the problem is that people are getting killed. And there is this regime, China, that believes in the transformation of people to a certain political goal. And whoever it is, that is done. Whether it's the Uyghurs, Tibetans, Hong Kongers, Falun Gongers, they are all categories. If China decides tomorrow cat lovers should all die, they might, right? It's their decision of what is a problem. So what I want to plead for is that we doesn't lose sight, all of us, of what is at stake here. It is that people should be allowed to live freely and independently and choose their own fates. And now we're getting into this territory that usually happens where there's this comparison or competition of suffering. And then, of course, the scientific facts eventually lead to hopefully a political transformation. But even if everyone understood that this was a genocide, still doesn't mean that this will be stopped. And that's for us, all of us, to do whatever is in our sphere of life or cause in life to eventually make that change. So that is the only plea I would like to give and to prevent this pitfall that we might fall into.
Thank you very much. I think everyone agrees. I would like to thank the audience for its cooperative participation. You've been a great audience. We've had a great panel and a great audience, so the last applause might be for yourself. Thank you very much for being part of this event. The last word is to Butjani Kim from Global Human Rights Defense. She has an announcement to make, I think, or something else. She wanted a couple of minutes at the end. Thank you very much, and I'll talk to you later over drinks and snacks.
Yeah,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Boutini Kim, and I work for Club Human Rights Defense. I would like to thank all of you for coming here, being present, showing support for all of our panelists, for the speakers, but also the victims. Even though that they are not here, and even though that we are speaking about them, make sure that their voice is heard, and also echo that voice to other people, so that it's never, it's not like an end just by this evening. Sign the petition, follow DAFO, Falun Gong, and us, of course. And yeah, maybe see you in the next feature then.
Okay.
Also the reports, I almost forgot to mention, but we have reports of the Doctors Against Forced Organ Harvesting. So if you want it, I can hand it out to you. I will be here.
Thank you very much, and the bar is open 2 doors away from here.
So ich bin näher bringt, machen wir hier das Interview. Geht das mit dem Hintergrund? Ja.